Hey everybody, we're back. It's been a while, but it's finally time to continue the Mecha Saga as we head through Digital Devil Saga 2 some more. The tone of this opening is so different to the original. It's worth noting that over the weekend on Halloween, Chansum did actually stream the US version of Digital Devil Saga for a little bit, and showed off, I got to see for the first time, the different opening that Chansum mentioned the US version has. Which is actually more in line with this. Very weird. Maybe we'll finally find out what the cat's about. Digital Devil Saga 2. Alright, we were climbing the Karma Tower, I think. It was Tower, wasn't it? Temple was the first game. Karma Society Tower. And the question of, like, do we start grinding yet, pops up again. You know we're gonna have to at some point. This, everything looks good. Alright. Ah, we really need to level Roland up. And Gale. Alright, take a look at this. Okay. I didn't mean to leave Digital Devil Saga 2 off for this long. The intention was to do it over Horrorween. And then I just completely stopped and started doing more traditional horror games. Kinda regretting that now. Yeah, boy. Oh, boy. Hey, Chansum. How you doing, buddy? We were just talking about you. First battle of the night, and Roland is almost dead. Probably a good sign, right? You doing good? It's good. It's good. Gale, heal our boy Roland and everybody else. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. A little bit delayed today. We came on later than I intended. OBS, Streamlabs OBS had to update and then was having a delay for some reason between the voice, like the audio on the mic and the appearance on the camera, so the audio didn't line up with the visual, so I had to completely restart that after it updated, which was great. But we're here now, we're playing DDS2 again, and let's do this. Plants are rare in this world. You can sell them for money. Audio lag has always been one of my biggest problems with, like, anything. Absolutely hate audio lag. Nice. He does what they want. Alright, so I think, like, we've got a big Karma terminal here, and we could do with some leveling. I feel like Roland, definitely. Roland's way too far behind. So I think now would be a good time to do a bit of grinding. And also put Devour there. Ingest mana would be good while we have Devour. Put that there. Replace Dio with Devour. If we can get the cash for it, it would be a good idea to get everybody up to Iron Stomach. I mean, we need to see whether or not we're pulling in enough money for that. In DDS1, that was 50,000. See how much it costs this time. But it may mean our first DDS2 stream back is going to be entirely grinding, which I'm down for. Don't know about anybody else. Hunt. Fatal Hunt. Of course. Okay. The fact that we can't check where we want to go is a little bit awkward. So I guess grind and hope we're going in the right direction. I want to fill that triangle in at the map, on the bottom of the map. It looks like it's not quite filled in at the bottom. You know, actually think about it. Do we want Iron Stomach before Mutual Karma? Because Mutual Karma is very important immediately. Alright, smack him. Don't smack him. Almost there with Earth Shrine, which means I might as well stay near the Karma terminal. The next battle will do it. Oh, crap. Is this going to be worth it? Come on, Argilla, don't let me down. Nice. Matera and Earthoost. Yeah, like I mentioned on the Discord earlier, Chansum, I haven't raised luck at all. We ended DDS1 with Surf having 4 luck. That said, like, you don't get to control how luck raises for other characters, and other characters missed a lot. Like, especially, I feel like Gale and Argilla were really bad for it. What do we got? Physical will give us Fatal, Fatal Hunt and Hunt. Let's go with that, I guess. Alright, let's see what we have over here. Almighty, Ailment. Ailment, Fire, Revive, Heal, Heal, Electric, F, Spell, Earth, Boost, 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 Physical Auto, Auto, Hunt, Physical, Physical Auto, Hunt, Physical, Physical. Alright. Esoteric. What's esoteric getting me? That's getting me mutual karma. Right. Mutual karma, definitely worth it. Make sure everybody is leveling their Atma equally at the same time, regardless of whether or not they're eating or whether they're in battle. I think it was just if they're not in battle, they still get the same amount as what it was. Which meant that for the most part, unless there was one for a particular character we wanted to max, we weren't using the hunt skills. God damn it. Physical resist, of course. God damn it, Roland. Okay, bring Roland back. Okay, so probably electricity. Okay. Heal everybody. Good, and they probably have Counter-Strike. I feel like they probably have Counter-Strike. Nice. Yeah, I guess. Big rise for Esoteric. Okay. Eat. Eat. Alright. And then do another Zeo. And beat him to death. And there goes Roland's Esoteric. And Roland's level, which is nice. Is that better? Can't tell. Nope, it's just not gonna fill in properly on the map, I guess. Which is always fun. And an ice. And another ice. And one more. Single round victory. Always appreciate that. Alright, start heading back to the save point, I guess, the Karma Terminal. Okay. I had no idea what Satana is weak to. Ain't actually be anything. But the smart idea is always to whittle down the numbers. There we go. Probably not Zan. Not Zan. I didn't think it was Zan because he cast Zanma last time. But you never know, sometimes an enemy will cast what they're actually weak to. You can never trust it to be simple. Okay, so Argilla is at level 21 with Surf. Would it be worth replacing her with Gale? There's a lot of deaths. Nice. And eat her. Nice. Slowly but surely we make the progress. Oh, you're a dick for trying that. No, we don't get to eat the human enemies. No. Big dude. Fire, was it Earth? It was Earth, yeah. I knew we'd hit these guys' weaknesses before. I just had to actually think for a second rather than just doing whatever came to mind first. So is the weakness. So is the weakness. Don't think, that's not a good idea. So how's Tales of Berseria going for you, Chansum? Terror, there we go. Ooh, some of them are hungry. There we go. Nice. Yeah, if all goes according to plan, we'll be starting Tales of the Abyss tomorrow. I should probably check and make sure it works. That'd be a good idea. Oh, you dick. Okay, try terror on them. I really hate enemies like that without a good weakness. There we go. There we go. That's 2 esoterics mastered. Roland gets another level. Get a look at what esoteric actually does. Not esoteric. What esoteric's result actually does. Mutual karma. Gain full karma when not in battle. It's good. It's good. And the smart move with that actually would be to use that now. And then set Gale and Cielo in. Devour. Yeah. Is that way Roland and Argilla are still getting the full karma as a result of that. Esoteric done. Alright, so I guess head north and try and find Iron Stomach. And save. Just getting mutual karma as early as possible is going to save us more time in the long run. Because effectively it means less grinding. Since everybody will gain karma at the same rate. It means we don't have to grind each character individually. Oh boy, there's an Archangel. I always hate dealing with Hammer. It's probably less irritating that Hammer only does half max HP worth of damage, but compare that to how Hammer works in the other games. Where what it does is it's a chance of instant death. I mean, I think it's probably more reasonable for it to take half your health than have a chance of instant death, because it creates a redundancy with Mudo. Oh boy. Ah, this is a turn wasted. They might as well have started on the offensive. God damn it. Alright, so because of that, Charm didn't end up creating any problems, which is good. There's the interesting thought made here that the menu still only has room for 5 characters, which creates the question, are we actually going to get heat in the party at any point? Here we go. Fail me. There we go. Oh boy. It's gonna get nasty. Come on, Cielo. Damn it. Could have gone worse, but it could have gone a lot better. Okay, and that's Gale with it. But we want Gale in the party because his level is lower. I find myself explaining everything that I'm doing with RPGs. And one more. And... dinner is served. There we go. Yeah, better off on Cielo anyway. Security unit operating procedure. Public Safety Commission conference. Alright, let's go. And one for the other side. Hit him with a Zeo. And just keep going. Hit him with everything. Hit him with anything. Here we go. Here we go. Focus all you want, you're not getting that attack off. Okay, that's more mastered. More mantras. Okay, cool. You know, I suppose at this point, this is still hope that it'll lead to Iron Stomach, so we should spread out everybody else just in case it doesn't. Esoteric. Recalm would be useful, but I'd rather wait until we start pulling in more money to start going for the one that expensive. That looks useful. Heal, fire. Let's go with this for Gale as well. And Argilla and Surf still have a ways to go. How much money are we pulling in per battle? I need to pay attention to the post-battle results screen. Really determine that. Once Surf gets Esoteric, I might swap him out with Roland and push those three up to level 20 so that they all have the 8 skill slots. Possibly bricks. Right. I'll be able to take him down before he does that attack. And one more. That's a level. Heal Gale and Cielo and Earth. There. Right. One more battle should get Surf Esoteric. Did I put Dirge of Cerberus on the list? Oh, great. Uh-huh. I really question what the point of any of that is. Dealing with those demons has never produced any kind of worthwhile results. Let me take a look on the list. D, that's not the right list. No, it is not. I should put Dirge of Cerberus on the list. That's the next Final Fantasy VII game I want to do. Hey Sana, how you doing, buddy? We're just doing some grinding for the minute. You finished with your work? Holding out for that last 5 minutes? Okay, and if we set Surf to have... Yep, starting to have a headache. Oh, we're not doing anything serious today, so, you know, come and relax, hang out, take a load off. Okay, so Gale, Cielo, and Roland, push those up to 20. Back to the RPGs. And it's pretty quiet night. It's been pretty quiet night. Okay. Fire. Spell. Electricity. How are we on ice? Ailment, ice. Yeah, let's go with Bufala. And make the save. And bit of grinding. Let's get Roland, Gale, and Cielo up to 20. When they hit 20, they'll get the 2 extra skill slots. Cool. Since you transformed, you have a weakness, and I can eat you. God damn it. It means he gets nothing. Also, I want to set that. Since I'm next to a large karma terminal, I might as well heal this way rather than using a disache. That is exactly the reason I want Iron Stomach. If you have Iron Stomach, that doesn't happen. Got 1 minute left on the clock, Sina. Oh boy. These guys could do with this. Sweet, because they're not fully transformed, they don't actually get affected by hammer. Nice. There we go, and now they get the increased XP. Nice. Alright, everything's coming up Millhouse. Awesome. I love it when I have a lineup of enemies that all have weaknesses that I know. Good stuff. Good stuff. Slim! How you doing, buddy? Eat her. Doing good? That's good. There you go, Sina. You got it on the clock this time. Yeah, that's just gonna keep happening, Clem. You'll never not get lost in Hollow Knight. It's part of the problem of the Metroidvania genre to begin with. There's always going to be a point where you'll get lost. Hollow Knight is particularly bad about it. It's arguable that its map is too big. Go this way. Unlock that one. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. I feel like it's definitely more Metroidvania in the idea that the new abilities you get are gonna dictate your path. It's just how Metroidvania as a genre is indicated. Like, oh, there's somewhere I can't get to. Let me make a note of that and come back when I have an upgrade that will get me there. Like a double jump or a flight ability. They're the two most common. Sometimes the ability to swim. Sometimes a slide. Castlevania loved doing that. Just like, here's a gap, and you need to find the ability to slide through it. There we go. But yeah, generally, I think Hollow Knight, definitely a considerable problem with Hollow Knight. The map isn't all that focused. and it becomes increasingly common to not have any idea of where you need to go. Like, more so than, like, almost any other Metroidvania game I've ever played. Metroidvania is probably, like, my next favourite genre after RPGs. Oh, I just had a thought. That could be a dangerous thought. It's like, over the weekend, I put as a new point reward. Oh boy. Over the weekend, I put as a new point reward the option for Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, a full playthrough of that. As a 100,000 point reward. Generally because of how Nocturne is. Like, if you've ever played it, you'll understand why it costs more than what's the other stuff? Skies of Arcadia, Mystic Quest, or SMT1. SMT1, I should probably actually remove that. And just make a go of it whenever I feel like it. Like, Nocturne is a very long game. If we do Nocturne, it'll be the longest RPG we've done. Hands down. Nah, that's not good. That's really not good. This is what happens when you miss, Roland. It's like, I had a thought just now, like, what if we made Final Fantasy Tactics? Would you leave Roland alone? What if we made Final Fantasy Tactics a point reward? I do want to get to that at some point. Because that would be nice. And it's different because it's a tactical RPG. It's like, could I do Tactics? I've done a few of the Fire Emblem games, but it's always a very big struggle to get through them. For reasons of both difficulty and also attention span. I have a hard time focusing on tactical RPGs. It's like, could I do Tactics? I'll have to remember that and consider putting it on later. Alright, Cielo is almost at 20. So here's the thing I saw just before I started streaming today. A Kickstarter for a Nintendo 64 clone. In the same sense as like the analog clones. Like you've seen any of the stuff Analog's done. Like the Analog Pocket or the NT, Super NT, the Mega NT. Like same idea as that, like not emulation, actual clone console for the Nintendo 64. And different to what I think Hyperkin were going to be putting out, I think it was Hyperkin. Hyperkin was going to do an N64 clone console that was emulation based. And, you know, thus would have problems. God damn it. We'd have problems playing some games, just wouldn't be compatible. This looks different, like the analog stuff. I don't have any proper confirmation that it is like analog, which is an FGPA based system. But the idea is interesting, and if it works like it's supposed to, it's basically a clone N64 console that displays at 720p, which would get around the entire problem with playing N64 stuff, the visual quality. And it would be a great option getting around the issues like modding the N64 with an Ultra HDMI mod, which is expensive in and of itself. Try and get a better video quality. The RGB mods, which are pricey, and the results. I don't think the results are worth the money. That's a personal thing. Or the something like the Super Eon 64, which basically takes the S-Video video option and upscales it to 480p and then has a HDMI output for it. Like if this Warrior 64 console, that's what it's called, Warrior 64. Like, if that works, it'd be really good. Okay, it's not fire. Ice. It's not ice anymore? Why do I deal with these fucking things? They're not worth it. And if they're going to run away after you've taken one turn anyway, how could you possibly deal with them? Because you've got the problem of, oh, they're all weak to different elements. Cool, that means at best, with guesswork, I'm going to hit 3 of them. I'm not going to kill 3 of them, because everything only does, anything that hits them will only do 1 point of damage. So what's the point? It's like, hey, do you like the concept of the metal slime? Did you want it to be more of a dick? Here you go. Alright, so eat her. And then he's shocked. There you go. That's 18 for Roland. We're getting closer. And I still haven't actually taken a look at how much money we're getting per combat encounter. Yeah, this Warrior 64 idea could be interesting. Something to keep an eye on. Nekomata. What were you weak to? And does it matter? It does not. It was probably electricity. Okay. Try and take these guys out quickly. So we only have to deal with the one. Good. Alright, rock and roll. There we go. Alright, take him down, boys. Good work. Good work. Alright, 1300 per encounter. That works pretty well, actually. This is a good point. Good idea. So we can put Dia back on to Cielo. Rearrange. And what else are we putting on there? Ikdi is not a bad idea. But Akajam, Archer, Poison Moody. Analyze. Ingest mana is good. Okay, so push Gale and Roland up to 20, and then we'll just move on. Don't want to be grinding all day, I guess. Okay. Alright. So the plan for today is to go for long enough that Teak is going to start his turn-based Tuesdays stream, and then we'll go raid Teak. That should be good. It is Tuesday, right? It is Tuesday, good. Yeah, being back on RPGs makes it really fit. Going from RPG to RPG. Ah, Thursdays. The good days. Okay, Cielo just maxed something. What do you get? Raving Slash, Physical Panic, Critical Resolution. Not bad. Not bad stuff, all just about increasing percentages. Which I'm always kind of like, Alright, what do we got? Host, HP Thief, Counter, Quick Escape, Counter. That was not a bad idea. It did us no favours in the last game. But the issue with that was we started using it right near the end of the game. So for the minute, let's expand Cielo's elemental capabilities. I think we're doing Digital Devil Saga 2 again on Thursday. What do we got? Tomorrow should be Tales of the Abyss. I want to start alternating between EDS 2 and Abyss. And then Thursday more Digital Devil Saga 2. No stream on Friday. Chansum streams on Friday. I like to catch Chansum. And then Saturday I want to finish Medieval. And then Sunday has the Sunday Showcase. Hey Chansum. It's cool, man. Real life happens. It's cool. We've not missed much, we've just been grinding. Getting everybody to 20 so we get the expanded skill sets for everybody. So how is Tales of Berseria going, Chansum? I will get to that one day. One day. If you weren't human, I'd eat your face. Going well, short stream. Yeah, I saw you were streaming it last night. Didn't watch for, you know, the known reasons. I'm glad it's going well, though. I did manage to catch your save time. Like, you're on session 6, and you're 9 hours in. Which is crazy to me. But then I do like overlong streams anyway, so... Like here we are, session 3, and I'm 8 hours in. Like I say, I like to do longer streams, especially for RPGs. Even with that, I tend to go overlong a lot of the time anyway. The only reason the Halo streams for Klim are as short as they are is because I'm taking Klim into consideration. That's fair enough, Jansen. So I said it to Magic last week, it's like, at the end of the day, you have to come before the stream. You gotta do the stream for yourself. He doesn't deserve it. Klim deserves what I say he deserves. There we go, But yeah, I got nothing going on at the minute anyway, so I can do these longer streams. These longer streams of running around in circles for an hour. That's just disheartening. It's just not good to hear. Yeah. Well, hopefully some DDS2 will make it a little better. Like, we're not far off continuing the game. Hopefully. And then we've got Tales of the Abyss tomorrow. Hopefully that'll also be good for you. Nothing major, but you know, like the little pieces to try and be good. Yeah, that tells the best tomorrow. Like I say, it's nothing major, but like hopefully it's like just the little pieces that are good. You dick. Okay, now punch him. Nice. That's good stuff. That was good stuff. I like that. Let me just heal myself. Oh no, I've killed you. This kind of shit that usually happens to me, and I'm happy to see it happen to the enemy. Yeah, I was saying earlier, DDS2 today, Thursday, Tales of the Abyss tomorrow, Friday off, because Chansum streams on Friday, I like to catch Chansum, and then finish Medieval Saturday, Sunday showcase, and then Monday night Halo with Clint. And when Medieval's done, I think we'll double up Tales of the Abyss to Saturdays as well. So we're getting like 2 of those a week. It's cool. It's cool. If anything, it's probably more for me than you, so I can go and watch you. I like watching my buddy Chansum. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to call the bot Mecha-bot, but like Mecha-bot was apparently taken, so we can't call it Mecha-bot. And so is Chrono-bot. So it's Robo-Chrono now. It's like Robo-Kai in Guilty Gear, but probably not as dumb. Yeah. I don't think they brought Robo-Kai back in Guilty Gear Xrd. But I have not spent much time with that game, so I could be completely wrong. Robot time! I forgot Cielo is weak to status effects, and how dumb that is. Like, that's dumb. Yeah. That's dumb. Ah, great. It's Satana again. Okay, actually... As a character, Cielo's fine, but like, especially in combat with the press turn system, and like, oh, your enemy gains an extra attack if they hit a weakness. Having Cielo's weakness be status effects feels pretty dumb. It's especially weird because, like, there's 5 playable characters in DDS1. There are 5 elemental skills: Ajibufu, Terra, Zio-Zan. Surf is weak to fire, Heat is weak to ice, Argilla is weak to force, Gale is weak to electricity, and you think it'd leave Cielo weak to earth. Yeah, the Void and Absorb's good. That's more for later game, I think, than boss fights. Like, you're damn right I'll throw that stuff on to break boss fights. It's why I love the ability system of this entire idea of Digital Devil Saga 2. The ability system, like pick and choose abilities, is really cool, and I like how that ends up working for gameplay in that regard. Yeah. Or you think, like, if not Earth, electricity, but Cielo is electricity based. Because, of course, Cielo flies, and the usual thing in RPGs like this is flyer, immune to Earth. Is it what happens when you miss Gale? Alright. But yeah, the ability thing, like pick and choose abilities, I really like that, especially in contrast with other SMT stuff, where it's you've got your abilities that you've learned through leveling up. Like, take Nocturne as an example. Level up while equipped with a Magatama, and you learn those abilities. If you throw those abilities away, you don't get to put them back on. It creates a concern throughout the entire game of how you deal with it. SMT4 had the interesting thing of the Demon Whisper, where you learned new abilities through demons. Yeah, Nocturne is gonna be violent. There's gonna be swearing in Nocturne. But oh, Argilla mastered the mantra. SMC4 has the Demon Whisper. When a demon in your party learns everything it can, it will teach you any of the abilities it has. Which is great, because it effectively means nothing is ever permanently off limits to you. There it is, and it only costs 10,000 this time. Yeah, SMC4 is so well designed, and it's one of the things that makes it really kind of ridiculous that it got complaints for being so hard, because it is so much more accessible than Nocturne was. And the difficulty was largely as a design choice. It's not, oh, it was bullshit because things just go wrong. It was a design choice. And it had that safety net of Charon. If you die, which was fucking brutal. It's like, yeah, no, pay me more money than you're actually gonna have for the next 6 hours. No? Okay, then you can have an IOU, but if you die without paying me again, then you get the game over. It's like, and then you get that money, and it's like, yeah, hey, I noticed your wallet has the money I asked for. I'm gonna take that now. Like, thanks, Charon. You're a cool dude. I'll see you next time I die. I don't think I ever play a game because of difficulty. It's kind of an awkward thing. Dark Souls got too wrapped up in its identity as a difficult series. I think that's part of the problem with the later games. SMT, I don't play SMT because it's hard. And honestly, I don't play Dark Souls because it's hard. I play it for everything else. Yep, challenge isn't a bad thing when it's done right. How do I word this? Like, challenge isn't a bad thing when it's done right. Something being too easy is a problem. Dark Souls is challenging. Like, let's focus on the Dark Souls side for a minute. Dark Souls is challenging. And there are parts of Dark Souls that are bullshit. Like, a good portion of, a good amount of the second half of the first Dark Souls is bullshit. Tomb of the Giants isn't really fun. It's an interesting concept, not properly developed, which is actually something I think Dark Souls 2 does better with its torch mechanic. The Crystal Caves, with the awkwardly designed platforms and the mandatory having to walk across invisible platforms. Fuck that. And, you know, we can never forget Lost Islet, which is just like 80% lava that you have to run through. Oh yeah, that sounds like marketing bullshit. I totally believe that. Which is, I think, part of the problem with where Dark Souls went. They listen to the... Is fanboys the right term? They listen to, like, fanboys who were all like, oh, you can't do Dark Souls? Get good. Which was dumb. It was dumb. There's a lot to like about Dark Souls. It's incredibly well designed. It's very unique. When Dark Souls came out, there was nothing like Dark Souls except Demon Souls, and Dark Souls was far more polished. It created a very interesting and unique world. Its monster designs were so out there. Like, when have you ever seen anything like the Gaping Dragon? And stuff like, while the Bed of Chaos fight is garbage, the Bed of Chaos is visually very interesting. And then you end up with stuff like, that kind of thing also makes the smaller enemies a lot more interesting. Very similar idea to Devil May Cry. Of how, like, you got Devil May Cry 3, and your first boss is the Hell Vanguard, who later becomes a regular enemy. Your second boss is Cerberus, then it's it's the Gigapede, then Agni and Rudra, and then you fight Virgil, and Virgil is more special because you've only been fighting big monsters to that point. And Dark Souls 1 has that really well. A lot of people talk about the Capra Demon as being pretty hard. And part of that could be because it's a boss type you've not seen before. It's a dude. And you have the same thing when you get to Ornstein the Smoke. It was a weakness of Dark Souls 2 that almost all the bosses, so many of the bosses in Dark Souls 2 were dudes. Yeah, I told you the looks that. You see, I can't really talk about the Capra Demon being difficult because I've never actually died to the Capra Demon. I say that not as a brag, because I've had trouble with other shit that people don't. But I can't really say that the Capra Demon is difficult and talk about exactly the main reason for that, because I've never had real trouble with him. It's gonna stay at 4. I'm not gonna raise that luck stat. Yeah, he is on you pretty fast. I don't know, maybe I went into it with a very Zelda mentality of environmental design. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't really have trouble with Capra Demon. But I've just never died to Capra Demon. Like I say, it's not a brag, because I'll have trouble with other bosses that other people don't. Yeah. But like, we get back to the point. The difficulty of Dark Souls is one of its least interesting aspects. And it's unfortunate that's always the aspect that's discussed. Because it's environment design, it's monster design, it's sound design. The sound design is so well done. Quiet when it needs to be, atmospheric, the big booming scores when you come up to really dangerous bosses. I'll get to Bloodborne eventually. Eventually. I'll be honest, I'm in no hurry at this point. Conceptually, Bloodborne should be more interesting to me than Dark Souls. And like, once I actually get into Bloodborne, I'll probably be all over it. But at the minute, I'm in no hurry. Yeah, I know. I know. But like the same complaint of that comes back around to Shin Megami Tensei. Shin Megami Tensei can be difficult. It's also one of its least interesting aspects. It's the apocalyptic storytelling, the way people are trying to survive in the apocalypse in a very atypical way. It's not like Fallout. That's understandable, Chanson. There's not really much going on in the visual department anyway. I say as I look at the camera when you just said you can't see that, so I was like, But it's like, okay, so let's go off SMT. Let's talk about like any of the mainline SMT games. Apocalypse happens, and people are trying to survive. And they're trying to survive in a very atypical way. It's not like the stuff you get in Fallout or other post-apocalyptic games. It's kind of more interesting, probably because of the demons. And how the demons are an important part of that. And there's the storytelling and the philosophical aspects of the storytelling and everything, and like Nocturne has the reasons that go beyond just the standard law neutral chaos. And it all comes down to the difficulty is there, but it's far less interesting than the actual game, I think. And it's unfortunate that the difficulty is the single most discussed aspect, because I think it diminishes the true value of everything the game does. It's like Shin Megami Tensei 4 comes out on 3DS, and at that point it had been like 10 years since the last mainline Mega 10. Strange Journey should count. It should, but it doesn't. But in that time, Persona 3 and Persona 4 had happened, and really brought more people into the series. Strange Journey was supposed to be 4, I've heard. At one point in development, it was gonna just be SMT4. I have no idea why they changed that. And it really should be SMT4. You might as well call it like 3.5 or something. But it should probably just be counted as part of the main series. The only real difference between it and every other game in the main series is you're not playing as a Japanese teenager in Tokyo. With the exception of 2, where you're not playing as a Japanese teenager in Tokyo anyway. So it'd go with 2, but it's also not a sequel or anything. It doesn't matter. It should be part of the main series. SMT 3.5 or whatever. But yeah, you get to SMT4, and SMT4 is mainline Mega 10, and it makes no apologies for that. You should try, man, what would be a good one to recommend? Like Nocturne HD is coming out next year, and it's probably not a good place to start, but it's also fucking awesome. DDS technically isn't even Shin Megami Tensei. You got Devil Summoner and you never told me, you bastard. Like, Digital Devil Saga technically isn't Shin Megami Tensei. In Japan, it is Digital Devil Saga Avatar Tuner. It is pretty much a DDS, it is a Shin Megami SNT spin-off, but it was never... That's Nocturne. It is pretty much a Shin Megami Tensei spin-off, but it's not named SMT in Japan. Oh, you've got that one? Yeah, no, I've got that one. Devil Summon doesn't have Dante. I'd show you the Devil Summoner cover, but it's all the way over there. And under stuff. It's under Suikoden 5. Yeah. Yeah, the one you would have been looking for me would have been Devil Summoner. I've said this before, but like, Devil Summoner 1 on PS2 was released in Europe. Devil Summoner 2 was not. I picked up Devil Summoner 1, which is full title: Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner Raido Kuzunoa vs. the Soulless Army. Full title. That was released in Europe. I picked that up, and Devil Summoner 2, Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner 2 Raido Kuzunoa vs. King Abaddon. That was not released in Europe, it was released in the US. I picked both of them up on eBay, fully sealed, for less than the price of a used European copy of Devil Summoner 1. What was I saying? Yeah, they're good RPGs. You will spend time on them, but they are, if you get into them, they are really good. Although Devil Summoner is an action RPG, so it's a different kind of recommendation. Like, if you want to save up the 100,000 points and redeem a Nocturne playthrough, go for it. I think Chansom's aiming for that now, since I told him that Nocturne is an option. It's the reason I stream, honestly. Well, it's not, but like, it's one of the best parts of the stream for me. It pushes me into playing this. Like, this has been on my shelf for years, and I'm finally going through it. How close are you guys to level 20? Yeah, Chansom's saving up. He wants to push that. Yeah. And the really cool thing about Nocturne is often SMT has 3 endings. Mainline SMT usually has 3 endings. War, Neutral, Chaos. Nocturne doesn't have that. Nocturne eschews the regular War, Neutral, Chaos idea for reasons, which more than anything makes it very replayable. Because there are so many different ways you can go. Hoping it'll make me do stupid shit. Still 36k, I appreciate the support. I appreciate everybody who's been watching the streams. It's good stuff. It is good stuff. I'm very thankful for it. As we are now an hour and a half into running around in circles. I appreciate this, I really do. Damn it. We do. We have a very good community, and I am very thankful for everybody. Super cool people that we get in here. Oh yeah, I should probably cure the silence that Roland has. I have not been paying attention to the fights. Not even gonna apologize for that. But yeah, like, going back to what we were saying, like, people come from Persona 3 and Persona 4, which, to be fair, aren't easy games, honestly. 3 and 4 can hit you hard. Especially, the biggest difficulty with 3, probably can stay quiet. The biggest difficulty with 3 is that you can't control your party. With 4, you get a wake-up call a lot earlier than 3 in the Shadow Yukiko fight. Not so much in Golden, but in original Persona 4, Shadow Yukiko is a bitch of a fight. But you overcome it, you learn to adapt, you deal with it, you get better at the game. And you deal with it, you grow, you learn, you adapt. SMT4 opens and you will probably be dead within the first hour. SMT4 opened and I was dead within the first hour. Persona 5 Royal. Persona 5 I got, and my playthrough I think was around 85 hours. Royal is supposed to have more content. And if you haven't played 5, it might go fast, it might not go as quick for you. Because the only thing I can really compare it with is, like, Persona 4 Golden had more content than Persona 4. But my playtime on my first playthrough of it was probably about, like, 2 hours longer. Which I think is down to knowing what to do and the game just generally being easier. So, like, I don't know how long Persona 5 Royal might take you. Because you'll be going through it your first time, you won't be going as fast. And, like, you gotta deal with that. The SMT4 opens really hard. Naruku is one of the most punishing areas of the game. And it's understandable that people aren't prepared for that coming from Persona. I'd say SMT4 is, like, surprisingly difficult until you hit Tokyo, which is like a good 6-7 hours in. Maybe maybe more. I was not into Bravely Default. I didn't think much of the battle system. But if you enjoy it, you know, it's good to have something to look forward to. Especially something that is unashamedly old school like that, with its job system. It wants to channel Final Fantasy V. That's a good, that's good motivation. There we go, finally. Yeah. Channeling Final Fantasy V is a good motivation. It's always something I can try and get behind. 5 is fantastic. We'll do 5 eventually. I've heard that of a lot of people, like Steiner never finished it. Steiner regularly told me, I remember Steiner telling me years ago that he was ready to go to the end. He just needed to do a lot of grinding. And it's like, that's not something to sell me on the game. Which I suppose is actually more of a complaint with, from what I've heard, more a complaint to throw at Octopath. I've heard Octopath is very grindy in its second half. You just gotta be more like me, Sina, and have no standards. Mutual Karma. Mutual Karma. I look at a lot of the stuff people go through for 100% completion, and I'm just sat here like, you know, I'm glad I don't feel the need to have to do that. Alright, so let's aim everybody for Iron Stomach. These days I rarely actually do optional bosses. I think the last time I went for an optional boss in an RPG was Tales of Xillia. I did the entire bonus dungeon you get after you finish the game, and I think it was harder than the last dungeon, but not by much. But it's been a long time since I've done Xillia. That's interesting. That's the kind of idea that could have made Final Fantasy IV a little more interesting. It's like, do Demi-Fiend. There is a lot of grinding and off-screen stuff to do before I go for Demi-Fiend. It's like, it's kind of like, it makes me think of Final Fantasy IV when they throw the 4 Fiends at you again. And it's like, oh hey, it's the 4 Fiends again. And I'm just fighting them one-on-one again. Not really that big a deal. Alright, we'll be here when you get back to China. Yeah, I should give Demi-Fiend a shot, shouldn't I? It's all the preparation getting to Demi-Fiend that's really kept me from doing it. I started it and I think I was in the solid space last time I played it. Right, so this isn't a door, okay. Like, even if we get to Demi-Fiend, I have no illusion about defeating Demi-Fiend. As nice as the reward would be, these guys aren't what we were fighting before. As nice as the reward would be, the ring that boosts all stats by 10 for DDS2, like, it's probably not worth the everything you go through to get it. There we go. Force. That's better. I've taken on any optional bosses in this channel and the stream since I've started. I didn't do Emerald or Ruby when I did FF7 last year. I didn't do Omega Weapon. I did some of the Piastol fights, but I didn't do all of them in Skies of Arcadia Legends. I didn't do Calamite when I did Dark Souls last year. There's an elevator. I don't know, I mean, I guess the thing with SMT that would keep me from doing it for the stream is a lot of the time do I have any... A lot of the time the optional bosses are specifically New Game Plus. Like, Chanson, did you play Devil Survivor at any point? Did you ever try the Lucifer fight? You know, the fight that you can only get on... And you can skip too, honestly. The Lucifer fight that you can only get on a second cycle. On the final day. Lucifer in Devil Survivor is brutal. There's essentially an invisible time limit on it as well. Deal with the first phase, and Lucifer will start shooting... Lucifer will start doing almighty spells that hit everywhere on the arena. Can't be avoided. A specific, unique almighty spell that will hit everywhere. Every time he casts that, and he will cast it every turn from when he starts casting it, the power of that increases by 50%. So it's essentially a time limit from that point. And like, Lucifer's huge. You can line your entire cast up in front of Lucifer and just keep hitting him. Because he's big enough. And you might as well, honestly, because you cannot escape from his reach. He can hit you from anywhere. He never moves. And he can hit you from, like, regardless of where you are. I might have heard Devil Survivor 2's bonus boss was worse, but I honestly don't remember a lot about Devil Survivor 2. I found it to be a way less enjoyable game. And also very Evangelion. But yeah, I'd tell you what though, Chanson. In lieu of a Demi-Fiend fight, if you redeem... Yeah, people like what they like. If you redeem Nocturne, I will go for the true demon ending. Jack Frost! That's right. Jack Frost. Might as well go this way. Yeah, if you redeem Nocturne, we'll go for the true demon ending, which, as I'm sure you're aware, leads to the hardest boss. I don't think Nocturne actually has a bonus boss harder than the final boss of that route. Pretty sure. Something suspicious. Next question, was the elevator locked down or something? I thought that'd be the way forward.
Hold it. I hope you've enjoyed your trip, because the fun ends here.
Did I kick your ass already?
You guys again?
You bastards! I'm lucky to be alive. That fall could have killed me. This time it's your turn to taste fear.
You jumped off on your own!
Okay.
Just shut up and die!
So... Question. I kicked your ass about... in game time, probably like 20 minutes ago. What has changed for him to think it's going to go any differently this time? This isn't even a case of it's later enough that they may have gotten stronger. Alright, do this. I love the idea of how that has to look. It's like the three of them come up at us and challenge us, and the three of us immediately just start beating one of them repeatedly. That's funny to me. Yeah, you're not ice, you earth. You are earth. Alright. Isn't it you guys underestimating us? Like, oh yeah, no, you're nothing but a program. Don't underestimate humans. Like, you guys are underestimating us with that. Okay. Back to the fire. Okay, if you guys are gonna keep doing that, I'm gonna have to keep hitting you with fire. Really, Roland? Again? I only have so many of these. And there they go again. X. Really, Roland? And Argilla? I'm not made of disc stuns. Well, that means they can't do that attack this turn. Oh, he wants to be stunned? What a dick. You know, Roland, we were hitting her with Earth for a reason. So that we could do damage and then just punch Kusa. For 3 turns. He can be into that somewhere else. Not in my party. If he wants to bring his own disc stuns, that's fine. Alright, now they can't do the combo attack. You know, that sounds like a good idea. I didn't have any buffs, though. If I did, you'd already be dead. Not even a brag. Just a fact. Alright, so might as well use these last 2 to heal. Me. What's Rockman weak to? It ain't ice. Isn't it electricity? Is it force? Yes, it is. I go into this fight not underestimating them. If anything, I overestimate humans here. Because I think to myself, oh, I'm playing an SMT game, and everything that's happened so far has said it's not really going to hold back in its brutality from the start. And then these clowns arrive. I think I'm going to take Roland out of the party. It's like you were talking on the Discord earlier, Chansum, about like, luck and agility being used to determine hits. I guarantee you Roland has a higher luck than Surf does. Probably not a higher agility, but a higher luck. Ups crits. Oh yeah, you see, there he is with 12 agility. If agility is actually hit percentages, then I should just have Cielo in my party. Let's see, change mutual karma to ingest mana, and change ingest mana to mutual karma. I was all prepared to die there and come back with like a void on something, probably electricity, in preparation for their combo, and it really wasn't needed. Again, like, I'm not underestimating humans, I'm apparently overestimating them. If they're the elite, then where is there to go from here? You ever feel like more RPGs really should explain what their stats do? And it feels like a lot of RPGs really don't explain them. Like, does DDS2 actually explain them? Fun. Ooh. This is where the fun begins. Yep. I want to see what the elevator is that I didn't actually check, because I thought that'd be progress. I did... No, SMT 1 doesn't explain it. Wasn't expecting a Rakshasa. Let alone 3. What are these guys weak to? Nice. You know what? Let's pull back. I don't want to deal with Curse right now. There's a healing point up ahead. You know, I feel like I'm gonna be used to that because I don't think Zillia explained its titles either. Zillia 2, Hearts R maybe didn't. I'm not sure. I am not sure. Jeez. Maybe I should have a guide open then. For that kind of thing. Hey, Lino. How you doing, buddy? Ooh, we almost have Ice Leader maxed. Alright, so is this just locked? No. I'd probably be able to find one. I imagine it's not that hard. I appreciate the offer though, Chansom. We'll see how frustrating it gets. There you go. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Goddamn curse. It's nice to be back to RPGs, honestly. Interesting. It's not like Abyss isn't a well-known game. Huh. Let's see what Game FAQs has at the minute. 2 most recommended. One's from 2007, one's from 2019. Then there's one FAQ of the month winner, December 2005. Guides. I'd be very surprised if there isn't 100% guide on the net for that now. Especially now. Did I get myself the official guide when I was grabbing guides? Let me check. Just give me a minute. There's a site that I check out that had a load of PDFs of official guides. Lundra. Yeah, here it is, Tales of the Abyss. By Brady Games. The PS2, yeah, see? Yeah, you gotta look at that. So I guess I've got a guide for it then. I think I got that ages ago when I was intending to play the 3DS version for myself. And with knowledge that, the 3DS version is a pretty basic port of the PS2 version. My thought was like, I can just apply everything. There we go. I should just be able to apply everything from the PS2 guide to the 3DS version. So I just have a PDF of the official guide. Yeah, send it to you if you want, Chansom. I think Brady Games doesn't exist anymore. And even if they do, I'm pretty sure they're not selling guides for PS2 games anymore. I got a bunch of guides on my phone though, like that. Yeah. Fire. Nice. Okay, so just not weak to something then? In that case, you just call it a backup. I've probably got others that you might be interested as well. Like I said, I grabbed them from a site that just had PDFs of official game guides. And some unofficial ones. Like, the unofficial game guides could sometimes be better than the official ones. No, you guys were Earth, weren't you? You guys Force? You guys were Force. Yeah, alright. Like, this isn't going to be a complete list of what I've got, because I got more afterwards that I haven't put on my phone. But, like, we can take a look. The entire run of NGC magazine. That's not a guide. It's an old GameCube magazine that I used to get back in the day. That's for nostalgia purposes, honestly. Like, got the entire run. Look at this game magazines. What is that second one? Oh, that's not a guide, okay. The official Alundra guide by Working Designs. It's kind of interesting. Parasite Eve. Castlevania Guides in History. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but I should look into that. Discia. Compilation. Let's get a compilation. Is that 1 and 2? No, that's Disgaea 1, but it covers all versions that were available at the time. Hour of Darkness on PS2, Disgaea DS, and Disgaea Afternoon of Darkness on PSP. We'll continue the guide list in the next fight. Is this progress? No, it's a long way round for a bonus, alright. Okay, and ICU. It wasn't ice. Disgaea 2. Dark Hero Days. Yeah, get rid of you, because we know you're Force. Dragon Quest 8 for PS2. Dragon Quest 6, Realms of Reverie for DS. Final Fantasy 1 and 2, Dawn of Souls for Game Boy Advance. Final Fantasy IV Advanced, Final Fantasy IX. The Final Fantasy IX strategy guide I have mostly as a curiosity. Because it's the official strategy guide from back in the day. And like, have you ever seen the official Final Fantasy IX strategy guide? Wait a minute, you were Earth, weren't you? There you go. Rage Ring. Interesting. We're currently equipped with Trick Ring, which is Tsukikaja Taronda, but replacing it with Terakaja Rakunda isn't a bad idea. Yeah, is anybody aware of the official Final Fantasy IX strategy guide? You can have that. Yeah, that's exactly why I own it. Or why I have the PDF of it, why I own a PDF. Because somebody... You know what, in that case, let me just put this on... What do you have? You have the lock ring? There we go. Like, somebody decided that it would be a good idea to... Like, the official Final Fantasy IX strategy guide has bits of information. And if you want more information about it, the guide tells you to go onto the Play Online site, which was Square's official site at the time. I think the site's pretty much dead at this point. Kotaku had an interesting article, I think it was last year, with the person who wrote the guide. And like going into the specifics of like actual official guide writing and why that guide turned out like that. And writing an official guide is entirely up to the whims of the publisher of the game, and Square demanded it. And if Brady Games didn't... Was it Brady Games? I'm pretty sure it was Brady Games. Brady Games. If Brady Games didn't acquiesce, they didn't get to do the guide. Play Online, though, like, the only thing I really know Play Online for is to play Final Fantasy XI, and to still play Final Fantasy XI today, you have to have a Play Online account, which is dumb. When I bought Final Fantasy XI years ago, I was very curious about it. I wanted to check it out. And the process of setting up an account was such a ball ache. It was so arduous. Because Play Online's dead. It's been dead for years. But you still have to go through it. Square has never migrated the account system from there. So you have to go through a site that is only in existence these days to support Final Fantasy XI accounts and deal with that. And the entire thing's just a mess. Alright, what else do we got? Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. You guys weren't weak to anything, were you? You just put it like that and I can just look over and go like that. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, the Nintendo Power Guide. Final Fantasy V Advance, the Nintendo Player's Guide. Why did you miss? The official Brady Games strategy guide of FF7. which I had back in the day, and my dad had, and he eventually gave it to me. I never used it because by the time he gave it to me, I finished 7. So it's just there, but there is a bit of nostalgia for it, which is why I have it. FF8 Brady games. And like, if anybody wants any of these, let me know and I'll throw them on the Discord. Fire Emblem, the Nintendo Player's Guide, that's Blazing Sword, the one that's just released as Fire Emblem in the West on Game Boy Advance, with Lindis and Elliewood. Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon, Luna Silver Star Harmony. Shadow Dragon is the Prima Guide, Silver Star Harmony is the Prima Guide. Silver Star Harmony is I think it's a remake of Luna Silver Star for the PSP. Easiest version to get. I've never found any definitive word on whether or not Silver Star Story Complete or Silver Star Harmony is the better version. But Silver Star Harmony is the easiest one to get. You can buy it off the PlayStation Network to play on a PSP or a Vita. Metal Gear Solid Official Mission Handbook. Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance Guide, doesn't say who that's from. MGS3 Snake Eater Limited Edition Strategy Guide, not sure who that's from. Luna Silver Star Story it should be on the list. Is it on the list? Let me check the list. Silver Star Story Complete. There it is. Luna Silver Star Story Complete is on the list. I also want to do it. I've played a little bit of it and it was pretty interesting, pretty good. I have a ROM hack of Silver Star Story Complete, which I might have discussed previously when we were doing Alundra. I might have discussed it in the when we did that one session of Classic Mecha Mondays with Alundra, where we I was talking about. I just said to you, I have no idea. I do know the PlayStation version is better to play than the Sega CD version. It has definite improvements, especially in dungeon design. How you doing, Teak? Yeah, like when I was talking... No, it wasn't during the Mecha Monday, it was during the PlayStation 1 Viewer's Choice, when Chanson chose Alundra, and the version of Alundra I had was the Unworking Designs ROM hack that changed the difficulty. Because Working Designs, very commonly, they would increase the difficulty of the games. Generally what it would do is enemies take more hits to put down. In Luna Silver Star Story Complete, you get less experience per battle and less money per battle. So the ROM hack I have of Silver Star Story Complete is referred to as the Unworking Designs version that restores all the difficulty back to its Japanese original. And some people might call that a cop-out, but it's the original design, and I think it was bullshit of Working Designs to change it, and everything I've found on that seems to indicate it was done in response to the rental market in the US in the 90s. Like how the original release of the first Resident Evil didn't have the auto-aim in the US, which I've heard was specifically done to make it harder, so you couldn't complete it over a weekend, so people would be more likely to buy it than rent it. Alright, 44. Persona Q, Shadow of the Labyrinth, Gamer's Guide, Strategy Guide. Phantom Brave, Double Jump Official Strategy Guide. Resident Evil Totally Unauthorized Guide by Brady Games, RE2 by Brady Games, RE2 by Game Fan Books, RE3 by Brady Games, Saga Frontier by Brady Games, Secret of Evermore by Brady Games. I have the Skyrim Prima Guide, which I have. The Skyrim Guide by Brady Games is largely because I've seen the Skyrim Guide in person, and it's like that thick. Like, you see that? It's like that thick. So, like, about 2 fingers thick. Like, it is a really big guide. And it's kind of interesting. I would have been really interested in seeing exactly how much trouble it was to compile all of that. Tales of the Abyss official strategy guide, the Brady Games official Vagrant story strategy guide, and the official Valkyria Chronicle strategy guide from Brady Games. And those are all the ones I have on my phone at the minute. I have them backed up on my hard drive, and I've got a bunch more that I picked up that I haven't put on my phone yet. I find a bunch of them, especially the games I've already played, I find them interesting to read. Yeah, if anybody wants any of those, let me know and I'll throw them on the Discord. Cool, now you can get Iron Stomach. But yeah. How you doing, Teak? Got a while before you start your turn-based Tuesday, so we can go for a while longer. There's a Jack Frost on the bed. And anybody want to do anything about that? Okay. Pretty much, yeah. Like, the 2 skills we really want when grinding for Atma: Mutual Karma, Iron Stomach. Ale just gave me a look data. I'm saving the game for that. That'll be something I want later. But yeah, I've played about 2 hours of Luna Silver Star Story complete. And it was pretty interesting. I went through the first dungeon, I think I went through the second dungeon. And didn't really continue because my attention span is garbage outside of the streams. It was pretty good. It's really a shame that it's just not available in that form. I mean, you can get Silver Star Harmony, but you still need a PSP, a Vita, or a PS2V to play it legally. And if you're not playing it legally, then you might as well just get yourself a PS1 emulator and do Silver Star Story complete. And then you can move on to Luna 2 Eternal Blue complete. I've said it before, I'm gonna end up saying it again at some point. A big part of the stream is just that it helps me focus on actually playing games. Like we did Silent Hill 1, 2 and 3 over October. Games that I haven't played in years. And you know what? It was great to do it. That one save, that save I had of Silent Hill 3 from 2011 where I played it for 15 minutes and turned it off. I was doing this kind of thing in 2011.
Sarah's not here. Not this again.
I was wondering where you were, Heat. Not like you to waste your food.
Heat? What are you...
So that's Heat. I wasn't expecting such hatred.
Hatred is like all he's got.
What in the hell was that?
A song.
Devour her. Act like you're losing. I'll get Sarah back. We'll tear you apart, you fat freak. Hey, say something, Surf.
I won't allow
I mean, there's a reason I consider Argilla my second in command and not Heat.
Wait. He's hiding something. Have you gone mad? I've made my choice!
That's one of the
What's
reasons.
wrong with you?
He has agreed to cooperate of his own free will.
Sarah!
My name is Margot Cuvier. You may call me Madame.
No.
You've already been made aware that you are just AIs that Sarah created.
I don't think that really matters at this point.
Like the others, you were all special to her because of something unfortunate.
That's why Heat is helping us.
Heat? This is just another act, right?
At this rate, you'll never be anything but marionettes. The only difference is who's controlling you.
Meaning what, exactly?
The person who's been pulling your strings is Jenna Angel, Sarah's natural parent.
Angel? She's Sarah's mother?
Her father as well, to be precise. She convinced
Okay.
the Lokapala to abduct Sarah so she could bring us both down.
Well, that explains
She'd be scheming.
why that one dude was talking to her and us.
I too have questions. What is your goal?
Mankind, because of its own foolishness, is facing total extinction. Man's insatiable greed destroyed the environment which had protected us from God's malignant data. We tried to help, but our warnings were...
This being an SMT game, I can believe that,
You mean
yeah.
the QVA syndrome. Ah, so then you altered God to purge the sinners?
That was an unfortunate accident. I want only to sow mankind's seed for the future. Otherwise, we will vanish from Earth entirely.
Well, let me guess, you get to choose what remnants
What
of
we
mankind
need
to
is
save.
order, and bodies that can survive in this hostile environment. Our city does have a limit after all.
So you turn everyone into demons? Just to resume living under the sun?
That's totally insane! Demons have to devour each other to survive. And if they lose control,
That is why we will exercise control. The junkyard experiment provided us with an effective demon virus.
And a counteract.
Using Sarah, mental deterioration can be prevented. And so, food supply is the only remaining concern.
Oh, that's why you farmed out Fred's buddies.
There are some organisms that deserve to live.
And
others
there
that
we
do
go,
not.
circle back around to the point.
In order to avoid past mistakes,
You will decide who merits life.
order will decide. A world of tuners under our control, Nirvana, is the only way to preserve mankind.
You know, I don't think I'm gonna eat you.
Come back to us. We can ensure you will have a peaceful life without hunger and needless killing.
You know, when all I've ever known is war and death, do you really think I could adapt to peace?
One thing is clear. This place is not Nirvana. A world without sadness. Where everyone lives happily in peace. And need not fight for survival. That is Nirvana. On my honor, I vow that I will not stop fighting. You will pay for this hell!
You get the feeling Gale talks a lot because the main character should have been somebody who spoke, but they decided not to let Surf speak.
Sarah will be fine.
As long as you're with us.
Prepare yourself. This time, we're not playing games. Do you hear me, Surf?
Finally. Been waiting for this. Oh no, not ice. He skirted the line between helpful and needing a beating in the previous game. And here we are. You know, I've got something for you, Heat. Sort of get good. Oh, I'm gonna beat him down. He needed this anyway. And knowing he's got nothing he can really do to prevent exploitation of his weaknesses. Which means I want to focus on his pets. Make them stop doing that. It's good to know that the music is hitting again, though. heat is charging for a magic attack? Doesn't sound right. But I'm going to assume I know what it is. You see, this is why I'm in charge here. You never got this. Because it was up to you, we'd just keep trying to set everything on fire. One. And this means the other one has to keep doing Ice Drain, or it opens everything up, which means he can be the only one attacking us now. And he's got some nasty physical capabilities, but we can deal with that. That's not a worry. Or he can do that. Okay. Kinda surprised this boss fight happened. I feel like it kinda came out of nowhere. I mean, there was the warning that it was a medical room, but there was not the usual "this will probably be a boss" warning. Should I do this? Nah. You know, I'm not just gonna lay over. I'm not just gonna lay down and die so we can totally rub Heat's face into the ground. If we die, we die, and then we rub Heat's face into the ground. There you go. Well, what you didn't do. Don't think ahead, Heat. You call that an attack? Give me a break, he says after taking 4 shots of ice to the face, and then hits us for 43 points of damage. I mean, he's over there using tier 3 magic and hitting the person who's weak to fire. He's hitting Surf with Ajidai. Tier 3 fire magic, Surf is weak to fire. And it's doing less damage than our tier 1 spells. And he's talking about how we're not doing much. should have ordered that better, actually. I could have gotten 5 attacks. Hell, I could have come in here with Bufala. Just didn't expect to be fighting heat. But you can see how well that's going for him. The fact that you think that is exactly why you're not in charge. Agni ran away like a bitch. Imagine how much of a curb stomp it would have been if I'd gone in that battle prepared. Let's be fair, he's been like one step away from attacking us for like the entire first game. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? That looks okay, that's good. He was ready to jump down our throat the entire time. So what's this way? An open vent? Alright, let's go chase them. Foot down his throat. I've got 2 feet, he's got 2 mouths. You ever imagine, like, finding a building in real life designed like a JRPG dungeon? Like, oh yeah, no, head to the 44th floor to take the elevator to the 55th. And then find another elevator on that floor to take an elevator further up. Welcome back, Sina. You missed the boss fight. Like, he can't have killed that guy because he had a grenade launcher. Not quite JRPG enough. Not quite. Okay. Hello. Yes. Oh no. Not these guys. Ah, see, when you explain it like that. You think the Karma Temple was a church? I mean, it was called Karma Temple, but it never felt anything like any kind of place of worship. Teak, let us know when you're going live, and we'll see about wrapping this up so we can go and raid you. I imagine we got like at least an hour left before you go live. There's no hurry. So, I'm guessing a rebellious band of Karma Society guards. Are you gonna be a problem for me, guys? Interesting. This is becoming interesting. You have a red armband like those other guys who didn't shoot you. What a weird way to display that. Then why draw me into a random battle? Yeah, you know, I want that. Want that bit of the map. There we go. Good, that's good. Yeah, the Karma Temple never felt like any kind of place of worship. It was just weird. I mean, I suppose if I paid more attention to the actual scenery, maybe.
Angel.
It seems God has not yet forsaken me.
You say that, but you know, I'm willing to jump across the table and rip your throat out.
Wait. Take the gyroplane on the roof to the lab. You will find Sarah there.
Why? Why do you
I don't trust you.
If they have their way, mankind will repeat its mistakes. You don't have to agree. Just kill Cuvier. Then we will.
What if I also kill you?
What the hell is it you want anyway?
I want everyone to have an equal chance. The Karma Society is trying to control humanity's liberation.
So what, their law and your chaos?
Man is an aberration that suppressed karma and ignored the way. Our destiny is natural selection. The strong survive.
Yes.
The weak perish.
Their law, you are chaos.
What we need is not transient order, it's chaos.
You're admitting you're chaos, goddamn.
Those who achieve liberation.
They learn the meaning of life.
To that end, you turn all of mankind into demons? So they can devour each other?
I get the feeling Argilla didn't realize that that's what she meant until right then.
Is flawless, save one side effect.
She straight admits it.
And what is that?
You seem to have acquired humanity. Tainted demons who become human. What delicious irony. The universe is quite a comedian.
This isn't some sick joke! You did this to us!
So then, I would have to assume you require Sarah as well.
Intelligence can be a nuisance sometimes. No more questions.
Shin, you mustn't hate them.
Don't leave me. Please don't. David.
Director, they've broken through. You need to evacuate. Now!
Hurry, don't waste any time.
Considering she's the final boss of the first game, I really don't feel comfortable with just leaving her here.
Sarah's beloved children of purgatory. If you wish to help her, then you'll continue to do as I say.
Director, you're under arrest for treason.
Considering she was the final boss of the first game, I don't think these guys can take her.
Who do you think created the demon virus?
That was weirdly quiet. At least we crashed where we were going, I guess. And we're all okay. I feel like more should have gone on with the gyro, whatever this is. Will say I'm glad that Angel didn't just decide to let herself get arrested. She put her hands up and I was really concerned for a second that she was just gonna get arrested and it'd be like... after the fight she put up against us at the end of the first game. I would have been very disappointed. Someone wants neutrality. Where did we get the concept of a blue sky from, though, Cielo? Can we straight up just exit, though? Interesting. Alright, let's do this. Do this. I wonder. The egg installation. If I was editing this and you guys were seeing like the finished product as an edited video, I'd have Dr. Eggman's theme from Sonic Adventure just playing quietly in the background. Like nothing as blatant as I Am Eggman, but like just the standard theme that you hear when he just pops up. Alright, let's sell some plants. Serious business. Oh, that sounds interesting, Chansum. I'm rank 4 now. Get the new goods. The new goods. What do we got? Hollow Point, 56. I have a trank shot. Hollow Points, let's get 5 of those. And equip them. That was expensive. May have been a bad idea. Four of those. Accept great offers, not challenges. Okay. Equip everybody with the new ammo. Hollow Point, 48 to 56. 48 to 56. To 56. There we go. Actually, you know what? Heal Cielo as well. Alright. Let's get going. We're going down. I thought we were going up again. I guess it makes sense. This isn't a tower. Just a dome. Oh no. 3 Karma soldiers. Oh no. I hope these guys don't hurt me. I'm very frightened of that possibility. Yes. Ooh. These the guys we just killed? No, because they have red armbands. Oh boy. Kind of expected that with the fire aura. But you know, you gotta make sure. You know, it's good work of them to attack us with fire and not attack the one that's weak to fire. Santa, have you played a Tales game? Eat her face. You've only done Zillia. Did you finish Zillia? Was Zillia my recommendation? Did I recommend Zillia to you? Nah, that's fair enough. Right now, punch her. There you go. Probably. Yeah, because I was after Zillia after doing Grace's F. That's to do your fetch quests. I also got the Mila Maxwell edition. Yeah, the box is up there. Iron Stomach. Alright, alright. I also got the collector's edition of Zillia 2. I don't know where the watch is, now that I think about it. It's probably somewhere. I kept it in the box. What's it in the box? I was very disappointed it wasn't actually a watch. Because like Luger Kresnik has a watch in the game, and that's what it is, replica of that. Except it's not a watch, it's a mirror. Like the one you get with the collector's edition, it's a mirror. Because I have no use for that. I don't have a use for a pocket watch, but it would have been neat. Yeah, it's a pocket mirror. I don't need that. Oh no. Enemies that use Marin Karin. This ain't gonna be good. I've been told to do Zestiria before Berseria. And Argilla wastes this turn. Okay, not fire. Not ice. Not electricity, so it's probably not electricity. It's not force. No weakness. I hate dealing with enemies like this. God damn it. Yeah, Zestiria, then Berseria. Right, maybe look into that sign-up. Zestiria first, then Berseria. Should be able to get it really cheap. Yeah, I've heard that. You should be able to get it really cheap. I got Zestiria cheap years ago and I've just not played it. You know, it's kind of disappointing, the idea that we're getting into... Very long. Get into the idea of a darker game being better than a lighter game. Just because it's darker. That's the problem the 90s fell into with a lot of stuff. Especially comics. Edge. Out with the edge. Okay. Like, you can tell a good story that is a dark story, but something isn't good or better just because it's dark. Monitoring something. I saw one good, but like, where's the unlock for the security system? That's interesting because I have played some of Berseria. I didn't play much of it. It was one of those cases. I played it for like 5 hours in one session and then never actually went back to it. I wanted to go back to it, but by the time I was able to go back to it, it had been like too long. Or it felt like it had been too long, so I never went back to it. I remember not really liking Velvet, though I imagine that gets better later. Okay, so Argilla just got Iron Stomach. There we go. So how do we unlock the security system? Yeah, it does get better later. Oh, there's another door over there I didn't see. Yeah, Velvet didn't endear herself to me, although it wouldn't surprise me if it's the same case as what I've heard with Abyss. I've heard Luke in Abyss is not a likable character for a long time, deliberately. So we'll see how that goes. Now let's give ourselves some breathing room to get some more money before we go for more mantras. I didn't play a lot of Star Ocean: The Last Hope. I found it really boring. The characters had no real depth to their personalities, like any of them, and the combat world design and dungeon design felt very boring. Alright, so here's a fun thing with Tales of the Abyss. I might have mentioned this previously, I'm not sure. I looked up once, and now it's your favourite RPG. I looked up once, like what the best Tales game is, because it was like, okay, so the last Tales game I did was Xillia 2, and Xillia 2 really burnt me out, and I wanted to get back into the series after a few years. So I looked up, like, what's the best Tales game? Like, get back into the series with, like, hit a high note. And there was a page I found that listed what whoever wrote it thought was the best. And generally from looking into it a bunch, the consensus seems to be top 3: Asperia, Symphonia, Abyss. And I don't remember if this list went with that. But the most important point is, in explaining why Abyss was so good, they just outright had a major spoiler, which I have been unable to forget. So now a major twist of the game is just out there for me. So, like, bear that in mind when we do Abyss. Nah, that's bullshit, Signer. I have a 360 copy I can sort you out with that I'm not going to use. But at this point, you're probably better off just getting the definitive edition. Yeah. Like, chances are, Chansum, you know the big twist I'm talking about. Where he lives. So, like, when we get to that twist in Abyss, I'm not going to be surprised, because this one fucking article decided to just spoil it without marking that it would spoil. So, you know, that's fun. You've probably told me who it is, and I could probably throw out a name, and it would probably be the right one. But I don't remember exactly who you told me it would be. Are you sorry for me or Signer, Chansum? Yeah, that's nothing. Yeah, like, completely unmarked spoiler. Apparently, the idea that somebody might be trying to look for a game to play in the series by looking into which one's the best. He means me. I gave him the PSN credit so he could buy MGS. And his PS3 is broke, so we can't play that copy of MGS anyway. It's like, yeah, no, the idea that somebody might be looking up which is the best Tales game because they want to get into the series may have completely eluded whoever wrote this article for some reason. You know what we need to do, son? We need to get you like a little emulation handheld. Get you an emulation handheld. You can play Metal Gear Solid anywhere. Or a PSP, I guess. That reminds me, the retro handheld I was keeping an eye on finally got a review today from the dude whose opinion I really trust on these things, and it looks really cool. It's like that big retro handheld, like super pocket size. Runs on the same hardware as this retro handheld I've got, just like really small form factor, doesn't have analog sticks. Like super pocket size. And it looks really good. The only real issue with it is the price point. Is not what I was hoping it would be. I was hoping it'd be like maybe a £50 handheld, £40 maybe. It's not. It's... I think it's like $75, $80. Which is a shame, because if you're after something super pocketable, it's fantastic from all accounts. I already know the hardware, it was just about how well the actual form factor is put into place and how it's designed. Know the internal components, about the casing, the screen, the buttons and everything. And it's all fantastically designed. Just the price is a little more than I'd want to pay for that. Especially since, like, let me bust this out. Really nice retro handheld I've got. take a look at that. Super nice. Rubberized grips on the back. I've been playing Final Fantasy VI on this. Really nice screen. Does up to PlayStation really well. At this point, the actual internal components, like the chip it's using, getting kind of old. You can pick this entire idea up. I think these are like £80. Really good quality for what you're getting. And it can do it to PlayStation. You can play PlayStation games really damn well. Did you look at getting the PC version of Metal Gear Solid, Signer? Interesting. It's like, with how fast you bought it, nice. Let me know how well that works for you. Be curious. At this point, the hardware is a little outdated, and the actual chipsets are progressing fast enough that my thought is, like, in a year or two, like year and a half or so, with where the new stuff currently is, like, you can pick up the Retroid Pocket for like, maybe £90, £100. You'll stream it, alright. Like, you can pick up the Retroid Pocket 2 for maybe like £100. You can set that up to run Dreamcast very reasonably. It's like, my whole thing with this is like, how far are we from reliable, affordable GameCube emulation on this stuff? Because you are damn right I will sit down and play Metroid Prime anywhere. It's super interesting to me the way this stuff is going. Like I said, this, like £80. Affordable. When you consider stuff like the Win GPD series, which is very high tech. It's basically a laptop in the same form factor as a 3DS, pretty much. And with a lot of work, you can get Dolphin running very reasonably on them. The downside, they're like £600. They are premium items. And so the exciting thing about this stuff is far more affordable. And so my hope is like a year and a half, maybe 2 years at most, we'll end up with affordable design stuff like this that can run Dreamcast reliably and GameCube reliably. And there's your fun thing. If you get GameCube, then Wii also really isn't far out. Because the Wii hardware was basically just a slightly more powerful GameCube. That's why Dolphin is able to do both so easily. It's kind of the same idea as the Master System and the Game Gear. It is so close to the same hardware. It's like with the Wii U, because it's got the capability of running Wii games. Like, fully compatible with Wii games. And because the Wii is, on a hardware level, almost exactly the same as the GameCube, it means because the Wii U can run Wii, it can also run GameCube. Nintendo just never actually put that possibility into official means. Which is a shame, because they totally could have. And Nintendo really proves that. Yeah, you get GameCube stuff running, you've got Wii stuff not far behind. And then you've got, like, the definitive edition of RE4 portable. Completely forgot what these guys are weak to. The Sega Nomad is fascinating. It's a shame it was never released in Europe. Like, Sega does not get enough credit for just how far ahead of their time they were in so many regards. Not that. Like, we look at... God, you were weak to something. Didn't I do Earth a minute ago? Where did I pay attention? Oh yeah, no. It was ahead of its time. In, like, the most way it could have been. The hardware was not there. It worked. It never worked to a point where you would want them. The concept, fantastic. The fact they pulled it off, fantastic. But the technology was not there yet. Yeah, it's like, okay, so you got the Master System, and the Master System is capable of far more colour than the NES. Visually, games look better on the Master System than they do on the NES. Musically, not so much. But that could be because of the lack of... third-party support, because Nintendo's demands that you put games out on the NES, you're only putting games out on the NES. But then, like, we move on to the Game Gear, and the Game Gear is literally a handheld Master System in the 80s. Let me... No, I apologise. It was 1990. So it was after the Game Boy. The Game Boy, I think, was 89. And they come out with literally a handheld version of this. That's not hyperbole either. A lot of Master System games were ported to the Game Gear because they were the same hardware. The only difference was, like, you go from the TV screen to the crunch of the handheld screen. Full color display, I think it might have had a backlight. Biggest problem, compared to the Game Boy, the form factor and the fact that it burned through batteries. Huh. Way ahead of its time. Didn't really... It was probably too ahead of its time. Couldn't compete with the Game Boy with its cheaper hardware, its greater variety of third-party support, and the fact that the Game Boy ate less batteries. And then, of course, you've got the Mega Drive, which is interesting. Came out, I think, like a year or two before the Super Nintendo. And technically wasn't on the same level. But when somebody knew what they were doing with the hardware, it was very impressive. And then 1995, exclusive to the US, Sega releases the Sega Nomad. Literally a handheld Genesis. In case somebody doesn't know, like, the Mega Drive is what the Genesis was called in Japan and Europe. But because the Nomad was only released in the US, it's a handheld Genesis. It can't play Mega Drive games. And it's super cool, and unlike the Game Gear, you don't put specifically converted games into there. You played actual Mega Drives. You take the Mega Drive cartridge, like take your Sonic 1, stick it in. You've got Sonic 1 sticking out the back of the damn thing. And the actual Genesis cartridge. Super cool idea. Like Sina says, major battery drain. Full colour display, backlight, 1995, and console games on the go. And it really was a case of it was too ahead of its time. The technology was not there yet. It was expensive, and the screen was not great. The viewing angles were very poor. The screen was fairly small. A lot of people know that it doesn't have a reset button, so you couldn't play the Genesis X-Men game on it, which required you to press reset at one point. Although you could, you just have to use the level select code to skip that level. Super cool idea. The tech was not there. Sega, massively ahead of the time. Even more so, Digital Foundry Retro had a really interesting video on it. I think it was a little after the Switch came out, in the idea that the Nomad was the Switch in 1995. You could plug a second controller into it, you could plug a Genesis controller into it, you could hook it up to an AC adapter, and you could connect it to the TV and play directly on the TV. It was on TV gaming, seamlessly switched to handheld in 1995. It was bigger, it was clunkier, because it was 25 years ago, but it was the same idea done in 1995. Fascinating. Sega, incredibly ahead of the time. Something they'd continue to do with the Dreamcast. Oh, here's your arcade perfect hardware. Finally. And not only that, online gaming on console. Online gaming on console good enough that they had a fully supported MMORPG on the Dreamcast. And like some people remember Final Fantasy XI was on the PS2. Some people will remember that. And that was impressive. It was an interesting thing. It was very impressive back in its day. And Sega did it in what, like 2000 with Phantasy Star Online. Phantasy Star is interesting. I feel like sci-fi JRPGs have always been fascinating to me because they almost don't exist. And like the two big examples of sci-fi JRPGs that you get are Phantasy Star and Star Ocean. And it ran on Windows 2000. It did. The sticker is on the console. Is it a sticker? No, it's printed on the console. I can see it right here. Like, goddamn, Sega were just so ahead of the time. And they had, like, the biggest failing they had was just the Saturn. The problem was the Saturn was just such a big failure. Sega never recovered. The downfall of the Dreamcast can be tied back to the failure of the Saturn. You also have a Dreamcast? I was not aware of that. Dreamcast is super cool. I recommend looking into the Striker DC controller. It's what I use now. I've shown it off on stream a few times. Do you have a Saturn? And if you have a Saturn, like, what games are you after for it? I don't have a Super Nintendo anymore, largely for several reasons. The space, hooking it up to a TV with a decent output, the games, the fact that it's just so much easier to emulate, and it emulates at a decent result. If I had the room, the time, and the money to sink into Super Nintendo like that, to get it presentable on a stream, I would. I love Super Nintendo. It was my first system. We had a Saturn for a short time back in the 90s, and the only game I ever remember... There were two games we had for it. It was a football game and Sonic Jam. And I spent a lot of time with Sonic Jam. I think we borrowed it from somewhere. I don't remember what the exact details of it were. And it's the only time I've ever actually played a Saturn. It's an interesting thing I've discussed with Bane a few times, like, if they did a Saturn Mini, what would you want for it? Or if you had, like, the, because, like, with the Dreamcast, there's stuff you can get, like, the GDEMU. To be fair, the PlayStation was better. There's not really any argument with that. Panzer Dragoon Saga is like the only real thing. Like, I'd want to take a look at the Saturn version of Symphony of the Night for curiosity's sake. The Saturn version of Resident Evil for curiosity's sake, and that's it. No, I wouldn't want Duke Nukem 3D on Saturn. Like, even Sega's own games, there's not really much there to go for. There's no real Sonic game on Saturn. House of the Dead 1 port is a miss. Was there a Phantasy Star? It's like Panzer Dragoon is the only thing Sega really has of any real value for the Saturn. And let's be fair, a lot of the value in that is because Panzer Dragoon Saga was never released on another system. And it's kind of got this legendary status. Really, he has every other copy. Does he have the Mega Drive version that was only released in Brazil? Because, like, if he doesn't, Snatcher is Sega CD. That's a good try there, Chanson, but Snatcher is Sega CD. The only officially localized version of Snatcher is Sega CD. I think there is a version of Snatcher on Sega CD, but it's Japanese only. Snatcher was released on everything at one point. Also, Chanson, I've been thinking this for a while, but are you behind on the stream? Or are you still listening through just the audio only, still on your data? If you are, I really appreciate your dedication. That's interesting. It's a shame Duke Nukem 3D that's going to be a boss. It's a shame Duke Nukem 3D is tied up in the clutches of Randy Pitchford. I hope Guy got a copy of the Megaton edition before it was taken off sale to be replaced with the 20th Anniversary World Tour edition, featuring commentary by Randy Pitchford. It's like, hey, public Wi-Fi, right? Fair enough. It's like, hey, check out the 20th Anniversary World Tour edition. It's got a whole new episode by the designers, like the original designers of Duke Nukem 3D. Cool. You know what's missing from the Megaton edition, though? The 3 expansion packs that were released for Duke Nukem 3D. Duke It Out in DC, Duke Caribbean Life's a Beach, and Duke Nukem Nuclear Winter. Yeah, the Mega Drive version is absolute garbage, and I don't think it's even official, but it exists. Stage 1. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. It'd be worth putting Guy onto, like, if Guy's never played them, Shadow Warrior and Blood are pretty good, built on the same engine as Duke Nukem 3D. Shadow Warrior done by a bunch of the same team, and especially Ion Fury, which is a game that came out a couple of years ago, built on the Duke Nukem 3D engine, and is fantastic. I don't think it's on console, you'd have to get it on PC. But, like, yeah, Ion Fury. They were going to call it Iron Maiden, but then the lead singer of Iron Maiden got all uppity about it and threatened to sue. You know, because the Iron Maiden trademark is such a vital and important trademark that they haven't made a decent fucking song in 20 years. Hot take. Magic! How you doing, buddy? You're catching us in RPGs. We're back on the RPGs. I honestly don't know what I'm doing. Ignore me. I mean, don't ignore me because, like, we're doing the stream. Don't ignore me. But, like, you know, just ignore me. Mega Nada? Varna was terminated. That's interesting, because the name of our demon form is Varna. But yeah, Ion Fury, well worth a look. It's very much the same thing as like if you saw Sigil, that map pack that John Romero did for Doom's 25th anniversary. It's very much the same kind of idea as that. Except it's not just a map pack, it's actually a completely new game. Like, Sigil was John Romero going back to Doom and making a new episode for it. And proving, like, hey, you remember when John Romero had a huge ego and made Daikatana and everybody laughed at him? There's like, Sigil comes along and is like, he earned that fucking ego. And like Ion Fury is kind of the same idea as that. It's people who made the old games coming together again, like 20 odd years later, to show like, yeah, no, we mastered the build engine. Take a look at what we can do with it, and it's really cool. No, of course I don't know. Apparently, I didn't exist 5 years ago. Interesting. How's Watch Dogs 2 going, Magic? I saw you finish the first one. I was lurking for a bunch of that. Yeah. And I saw you're on Watch Dogs 2 now. How's that going for you? Okay. Oh. Well, if we argue everything in terms of data, yes. Meganada, son of the Demon King Ravana, Spirit of Lightning, also known as the Undying One, and Indraji. That doesn't seem right. Stealth takedowns worked for me when I was doing Watch Dogs 2. If anything, they were more effective because they didn't alert people, and unlike the trank gun, people didn't get back up. People telling you how to play the game. Yeah. We don't have to deal with that too much here, thankfully. So far, it'll probably happen sooner or later. Like, you put the tag on, no backseat gaming, and people just seem to ignore it. Yeah. It's on you. Oh, you've got it on a particular difficulty setting? I don't think I messed with the difficulty. Like, standard maybe? Yeah, for the most part though, Sani, you only gave me help when I asked for it. There wasn't a lot of backseat gaming from you with that. And it never got to the point where I needed to tell you to stop. Okay. It is weird. I don't think I ever had trouble like that. You played it on PS4? So I imagine you're not playing it on... Are you playing it on PC? Or PS4? Well, I ended up doing it. I grabbed it on Xbox. PS4, yeah. That is weird. Have you looked into it? Because that isn't something that happened to me. If I think about it, I thought you were probably a little more backseaty with Silent Hill 1, but never to problematic degree, Signer. Not yet. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't sound like something that should be happening. I remember the melee takedown was good enough that I would, at points, just run at enemies and take them down with the melee. Because it takes them down, they don't get back up, unlike if you stun them. Yeah, like I said, I might be thinking wrong, but I thought you were a little more backseated with 1 than 2. But like I said, it was never to a point that it was a problem. Uh-huh. Nice. I don't know. Like I say though, Sana, the point is you were never overbearing with it. Did my look go down? I'm pretty sure it was 4 earlier. Yeah, it's like when we raided a serial killer the other day and he was starting Call of Cthulhu. And I asked him if he wanted a hint with the stat system. The hint I wanted to give him was that strength is worthless and you should never level it up. Like, going with my thoughts on it, on how I want to accept that. Like, how I feel about people, like, pushing backseat game with that. I generally ask before I give anything like that. Which is what I did, and he said he'd figure out on his own, which is fair enough. Yeah. And, I think we might have had someone who was trying to backseat game at one point. But like, none of you guys have ever really been a problem. Like, ever. None of you guys have ever really been a problem. I think I tried doing that with you once, Teak, and then you revealed later on that you knew what was talking about the entire time, and it was like, oh, Teak, you tricky bastard. Yeah, no, it's fair enough you want to figure stuff out on your own. It is part of the experience. Some people are more accepting of help than others. I just like bearing in mind how I want. It's the whole thing of like treat others how you want to be treated, and bearing that in mind, I'll generally ask before I offer somebody some help with stuff. It's like a British, the British girl was playing Majora's Mask recently. And she has a policy of no backseat gaming. But I was just like, yeah. I know Majora's Mask very well. You need a hand? Ask, I'll let you know. And she did, like, a bunch of stuff with the masks. Because Majora's Mask is also very obtuse with how you get a lot of the masks. Yeah, tips are good. And like I said, with Silent Hill, there were a few times where it was like, okay, let's just try and keep things moving rather than me just bashing my head and you guys having to see that for an extended period. So I asked Signer to look up a guide for it. Then he fell asleep that one time and we never trusted him again. Ah, hey. Oh, great. I'm just pulling your leg, son. I appreciate all of it. I need to heal. I was not aware health was lower. It was that low. Appreciate somebody who can clap back. Curse shot. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good working relationship we have. Okay. Okay, we haven't come across a save point down here yet. Something in his pocket. I got a sapphire. That's actually a fair point. I should upgrade these rings. I really haven't been doing anything with them. Two magic is good. Oh yeah, no, I'd be happy with that. I would have left my job for working with you at the game store. And it would have been great. Would have been great. Yeah, upgrading Argilla's strength is not a bad idea. Vitality, also not a bad idea. She does not need any more magic. Would have been good. You know me, I always loved helping people with game stuff anyway. What could have been? That Toys R Us Fallout just ruined everything. That said, though, like, the entire industry seems to be going down. It's amazing that games still exist, but it really feels like they've been holding on by a thread for years. And this second lockdown, I imagine it's terrifying for game, because it's happening as a new console generation is launching, and that's a lot of money for them. Okay. I heard a lot of it was beginning with thank you, Magic. Oh yeah, they're pushing it, but like if they close, if they close for lockdown, it's gonna be a big problem for them. With if they have to close for it. Alright. Thanks for joining us, Lino. I appreciate the lurk. You take care of yourself, buddy. We'll probably be gone before you come back, but we'll be raiding Teak. So, you're probably you get to go and see Teak. Yeah, I heard a big part of the trouble was the, like, Toys R Us went bankrupt, and that caused a lot of investors to really get cold feet, and that directly affected that chain that you worked for. Like I say, like, it's a question of how long physical game shops can last. Yeah. Like I say, game has been holding on by a thread for years. I think Sports Direct owns them now. Which is a mess. Plus the push they tried to make when previous lockdowns started, like, yeah, no, we're an essential business. Oh god, this is a maze. Like, that was ridiculous, but they can't afford to shut. Okay, cat dude. There we go. Like, they can't afford to shut because like, they barely hang on as it is. They close for the period of a lockdown, and that's it. The business is done. Of course, the unfortunate thing with, like, your chain shutting down, Simon, the chain you work for, it leaves no real chain competition for game. Which is very disappointing. I'm not going to go into game and browse the stuff they've got because it's shit, and it's always overpriced. Game has never been good about competitive pricing. Okay, what is the secret mantra then? Esoteric 2, what does it get us? Panic and panic-related skills. Why is this skill? Why is this spirit? I'll take a look at that magic. Thank you. Throw a link to it on the Discord, if you would, please. That way I won't forget it. Throw it into the stream clips. Stream clips also are not just for my clips, everybody. If you have clips that you want to share of your streams, please throw them in there. Thank you, Magic. Also, that reminds me, the boys channel is for you guys. If you want to promote yourselves when you're going live in there, I do it when I can. For you guys, I can't do it all the time. I don't know if people are really aware. Like, you can promote yourself on there. I want you guys to promote yourselves on there. If you don't want to, that's fair enough. I just want you guys to be aware that you can. Liza's spirit. But yeah, if you guys want to promote your own streams on the boys channel, feel free to, please. That's fair enough. Not everybody's all that into Discord. I used to be pretty big on forums. Now I just can't keep the interest up for it. But it's there if you want to use it, though. You don't have to push yourself for it. But it's there if you want to use it. I try to use it a bunch myself and stay active on there. If people post anything, I'll respond to it if there's something to respond to. Like Lino's been posting some memes, which has been good. I post interesting news or gaming news that I think is interesting. Like today we had Blood Rain and Blood Rain 2 are being remastered, it seems, and released on Steam and GOG on the 20th of November. There was also something else, I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, N7 Day and the possibility... N7 Day and the possibility that Mass Effect Trilogy Remaster might be announced there. Like they're getting together a panel for N7 Day, and it's gonna have a bunch of the voice actors from the series. Like Jennifer Hale's gonna be there, Mark Meir, the voice actor for Grunt, for Ashley, for Caden, for Liara, for Mordin, like a bunch of them. And the thought that that's a lot to put together for just a random celebration of Mass Effect. Like, even if it is like a specific Mass Effect day, it's a lot to put together for that. Specifically revolving around the original trilogy. There's a lot to put together just for that. Is the thought. Yeah, I frequent Discord. I check Discord several times a day. Oh, I got a daisy from that. That's nice. I'll sell for a bunch. Signer's regularly on there. Chansum. Ninja will post on there if he sees something interested. He's interested in. Lino posts on there at times. Teak will post on there and stuff. A bunch of us will post on there if there's something we see that we want to respond to. Is it a bot? To be fair, so do I. I post crap and announcements of when I'm going live. Because I know it is a bot. I had a bot set up one point, and I could only get it to announce one person. Like, if I wanted it to do more than the single person. It wasn't like one person at a time, it was, I could only set it up for one person. And if I wanted it to do more, I'd have to pay for it. And it's like, I've put enough money into streaming, I don't really want to do more than that. You can do multiple users. Alright, throw a link in the Discord if you would then, Sarah. I'll take a look at it later, because that'd be good. Retaliate. Be good. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have diorama? You do not. I think it would be worth you having diorama. Things just gone live. Awesome. Let's do this. It looks like we have a maze. Let's do this, and then we will raid Teak. Now, the person who's got a life amongst us is Clem. And Clem's the one with the life. Like, by now, like, it's a Tuesday, by now Clem's probably gone out to trivia or bowling. Bowling, then trivia, I think. Like, Clem's the one with the life. That's why he only streams once a week. Because he's off having a life the other days. Well, the lockdown ended for the US, like whatever lockdown they actually had. Like he can go out and do that stuff. Nice. See, Clem's a little weird with Jeopardy. He's willing to miss an episode, but he does really want to watch it. Yeah. It's the thing with the lockdown we've got coming up, and like the papers and the news are all like, PM is saying the lockdown's going to be a month, and you know, don't worry, it won't come over Christmas. And it's like, you know what, it probably fucking should, because people aren't taking this shit seriously. They didn't take the first lockdown seriously, they're not going to take this one seriously. Pretty much, yeah. Awesome. So that was the goal, now we can just explore everywhere else without having to worry. Speedy ring. That's interesting. I don't like the idea of the drop-off. No. Yeah. The rise of anti-intellectualism has been a major problem, and has proven to be an even bigger problem now that we're actually in a panic situation. Like a situation to be concerned about now that we're actually in one. Anti-intellectualism has become so much more of a worry. People who are just so determined to have their own opinions validated. It doesn't matter if they're wrong because it's their opinion and they're too important to themselves to be wrong. That's really the biggest problem. People unwilling to be wrong. Well, that's not good. Who is there to ask, CLM? That guy out there still alive? Brave soldier. Really gotta appreciate the fact that he stayed alive long enough to tell us that. Okay. Thank you, CLO. Seven, 1409. People with the freaking conspiracy theories. Awesome. Like, everything's a conspiracy. 5G has caused coronavirus, and you know we have to burn down all the 5G towers Damn Bill Gates for building the 5G towers. Coronavirus is just a conspiracy he's set up to inject us all with microchips. It's like, why the fuck is this conspiracy idea so prevalent? Because it's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, that and that whole thing as well. Own the libs. Like, let me shoot myself in the foot to own the libs. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let me put a piece of glass in my dick hole to own the libs. Madmen. Pretty much, yeah. It's like, oh no, the coronavirus vaccine will just be a microchip they'll put in you to track you. And it's like, oh yeah, really? You mean like this? Like these little tracking devices we have? That we all carry with us? That are all connected to the fucking internet and have GPS on them? Yeah. If you want a thought to cringe to, Chansum, like there is worse that you can go with. The idea of smart fridges, don't worry, I'm not gonna. The idea of smart fridges is weird to me. Like, why do you need a fridge with internet? There we go. Well, it becomes a thing, like, the idea of, like, can it run Skyrim is basically the new can it run Doom. Which was never all... It was only interesting, like, 10 years ago, can it run Doom? Before everything could theoretically run Doom. Everything with a microchip now, it's the same thing as, like, Oh, what is it? It's the progression of technology and how the hardware has progressed so fast. It's the same idea as, like, hey, check out what the hardware was that got NASA to the moon in the 60s. And how, like, your toaster has a more powerful microchip in it. It's the same idea as that. Everything with any kind of hardware like that is more powerful than computers in 1993. Doom was 93, right? Doom was 93? I'm pretty sure Doom was 93. I mean, let me... Doom was 93. And it's basically the same thing as that, like... Can it run Skyrim? Honestly, who cares? Probably. It's not like Skyrim was a very technically capable game in 2011. I saw an article the other day that's like... I didn't read the article, I just saw the headline. And it was like Obsidian's new RPG coming out, Avowed, is going to be way bigger than, is going to have a way bigger world than Skyrim. Skyrim at this point is like comfort. It's a comfort game. You can play it without focusing. It requires absolutely no dedication. Can't really blame anyone for playing it. But it's like, oh, Obsidian's new RPG is going to have a bigger world than Skyrim. Cool. Skyrim is 9 years old. Games have had bigger worlds since. The point really isn't the bigger world. The point, more than anything, should be a world that is more interesting. Because when it came down to it, Skyrim's world was impressive for its depth in 2011, and then The Witcher 3 happened, which wasn't procedurally generated in any way. You see, that's the thing, Chance. I wouldn't hope it was bigger. I'd hope it is denser. Yeah. It's like you've got stuff like Just Cause. I love Just Cause. Just Cause 2 is fantastic. Just Cause 3 is fantastic. At some point, I'm going to have another mental breakdown and play a shitload of Just Cause 4. I haven't played it yet, but, you know, I've got it there ready for me. And it's fantastic. The worlds are huge. And so varied. But there's also no real point to them, because the point of the worlds is that the worlds are huge. And it's not a bad thing. But then the point of Just Cause is also, you know, going to waste your time in the world. Alright, Chance, I appreciate you hanging around with us while you're out doing stuff. While you're out having a life. Yeah, level 4 security room. Already dead. Well, that was easy. Good. Yeah, Just Cause's worlds have always been huge. Even back on the original, it was like, oh hey, here's Grand Theft Auto 3. Here's Vice City. Here's San Andreas, way bigger. And then the same generation also just put out Just Cause 1, which was so much bigger. Crazy. Reasonable way to do it. You want to make sure you vote. Nice. Yeah, Just Cause worlds are huge, and there's a lot of variety to them, but there's also not really a lot to do with them. The point of them has always been get in there, destroy a bunch of stuff. Nothing else. And it works for what Just Cause is. God damn it. It's good stuff, Chance, and we're proud of you. Might sound sarcastic, but no, we're actually proud of you. It's good stuff, Jensen. where this goes. But like, the point of it is, like, Just Cause's open world's huge, but like I say, not a lot there. It's fascinating to just go through Just Cause. Like, don't get yourself a plane or anything. Don't glide around with the parachute. Just drive and see some of the world. It's unbelievable how big it is, how much variety is there. That wasn't intentional. It was not intentional. But like, how big it is, how much variety there is there, but also how little there is to do with any of it, and how you're never going to see most of it. Fascinating. So like, a smaller world with more density would be a good idea for other games. For Just Cause, it works. It's fantastic. A lot of fun. And so much variety. And you're right, Magic. Co-op would be good. Like, the PC version of Just Cause 2, people made a mod for it that added multiplayer. Like, not even just co-op, like a huge amount of multiplayer. I think at one point it was like 128 players. That mod was then officially authorized by the developers. If you buy Just Cause 2 on PC, you get the mod. It's not in-game, it's a separate program, but you get the mod. Which is super cool. Yeah. And like, going from that into Just Cause 3 and Just Cause 4, it's really a shame that they never put co-op in themselves. Yeah. Because like, you could do it on console, even with just 2 people. It would be so cool. So cool. You say nowadays, that's kind of always been a thing. It's been a thing for a very long time, like, Doom. We mentioned Doom earlier. The Plutonia experiment, which is one half of Final Doom. It basically began as a series of fan-made maps by 2 brothers. One of those brothers went to work for Valve, and you can find his name credited in the original Half-Life. Valve were the most prolific with that whole thing of taking people who made mods, hiring them, and getting them to make games. Like, I think Counter-Strike was a Half-Life mod. And then Valve hired the people who made it. Team Fortress was a Counter-Strike mod. And then Valve hired the people who made it. I think in that case, Chanson, more fan art than mods. I feel like it's less common now to see that kind of thing in mods. AZ was an Arma 2 mod, yeah. I think the thing now, like I say, the fan art, yes. Mods, I feel like it's less so. More because back in the day, a lot of the way to do that stuff was through mods. Like, you wanted to do anything like that, and you'd use the Doom map editor and make your own thing. Like, you've got stuff like Batman Doom is pretty legendary. Aliens Doom, pretty legendary. And that was just a thing back in the day. Nowadays, the resources are out there and so much more available that I think those people don't make mods so much anymore. People who would have done back in like the 90s and early 2000s. I think those people don't so much make mods anymore as they make their own games. Alright, thanks for joining us, Signer. You have yourself a good day, and hopefully we'll catch you tomorrow for some Tales of the Abyss. You take care of yourself, buddy. We do need to wrap this up, though, so we can go and raid Teak. In 4.5 hours, wow. Look at this Zan. There they go. I mean, I could have killed at least one of them. Does this mean I don't have a mod in the stream? It seems to. I guess it's a good thing we've only got the boys. We don't have to worry about the boys being problem. Because the boys are cool. I said it before, like, you guys are the boys because there are more guys in the group than girls. The minute girls outweigh the guys, don't make me exercise my mod powers, Chanson. You'll find they are more devastating than those who are used to. Yeah, like the minute the girls outweigh the guys, you will be the girls. Nice. What, surf? I mean, I guess I can kind of see that. The hair colour, the hairstyle-ish. I can kind of see that magic. That MGS2 stream was... Here we go again. Uh, 4005191. I tell you what then, Magic, the minute the number of lamps outweighs the number of boys or girls, you will be the lamps. Four 005 191. Confirmed. Awesome. Yeah, I don't think it's much of a big deal. God damn it. Someone's already been through his belongings. Okay, this is gonna be important. A equals 1, B equals 2. That's not what I was after. A equals 1. B equals 2. C equals 3. Z equals 26. Alphabet, number, letter to numbers is a very basic cipher. Oh, a save point. Might as well call it here. I mean, the concern is the number thing, but like, hopefully we'll just check the body again next time. Boy. Okay, Gale leveled up. Oh yeah, Gale got iron stomach and I didn't put it on him. And I should. What do you got? That's 10,000. Can leave that. Ailment adjustment. That'll do for now. Fire demon. Anybody else? Not yet. Well, I remember put iron stomach on Gale. And have it replace Devour. There we go. That's better. Alright, fair enough. Thank you for joining us, Chanson. We're about to wrap up anyway. I really appreciate you hanging out with us, especially while you've been out for the entire stream. I hope you get home safely and have yourself a good time. Have a good night, buddy. But yeah, with that, we're basically done for the night. It's been almost 5 hours of stream. Good way to get back to Digital Devil Saga 2. Take care, Chanson. Yeah, it's a good way to get back to Digital Devil Saga 2. And it's been good. Been enjoying this. Really have missed doing this. We'll be back with Digital Devil Saga 2 on Thursday, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT. We'll be back tomorrow with a stream where we'll be starting Tales of the Abyss. We'll be starting Tales of the Abyss on PlayStation 2. That should be fun. Often regarded as one of the best Tales games. Said it before, you ask a Tales fan the best Tales games, the answer is usually going to be either Symphonia, Vesperia, or Abyss. Like, there's no solid consensus on any one being better than the other two. So it should be fun. I look forward to that. I've been wanting to play another Tales game for a while. It's been a few years since I did the last Tales game I did, which was Tales of Hearts R, which wasn't great. It wasn't as bad as Xillia 2. Xillia 2 was just draining, but it wasn't great. But yeah, there's Tales of the Abyss tomorrow, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time. We're gonna go and raid Teak the Gamer, who is currently doing his turn-based Tuesdays playing Final Fantasy IV DS. So we're gonna go raid him. I hope you guys will stick along and throw him some support. He's a really cool guy if you don't know him. But yeah, with that, I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for watching. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chanson, Teak, Lino, Sina, Magic, Clem. Thank you all for keeping me company. You guys are always the best part of the stream. And with that, like I said, we're going to go raid Teak. Thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.